Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this second day of the final TaxCapDev conference. I hope everybody had a pleasant evening last night and a good nights of sleep. At least I had got several more hours than last night, so I'm quite happy with that. And I'm also quite pleased to be moderating this session on Beyond the Fiscal Contract, Rethinking State-Society Relationships. Since we are also online, I should also, if there are some online that wasn't present yesterday, I should probably also introduce myself. Morten Bøås, research professor at NUPI, and have been co-sharing the TaxCapDev network for 10 years together with my good friend and colleague, Professor Odd Helge Fjelstad at Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen. Also take the opportunity to mention the invaluable contribution from the Tax Justice Network Norway, and also our esteemed partners in Africa, from South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, and Senegal, and Liberia, to mention a few. So that said, I'm very pleased to moderate this session, and I feel honored. having the legendary Mick Moore on my left side. Mick has even been bestowed an Order of the British Empire, so I'm a little uncertain about how I should say Sir Mick or Professor Mick, or acknowledge his, is it almost knighthood, this? I'm not very well acquainted with the British titles and so on. But anyway, I think that Mick Moore is very well known to anybody in this field. Being at a drawing force at the International Institute for Development Studies in Sussex for decades, and has done important empirical and conceptual work based on his rich travels and field work both in Africa and in Asia. So very happy to have him on my left side in this conversation, and equally happy to have Maria Nurkunate. Is that almost correct? No, it isn't. But Maria from the University of Vilnius, who sort of represent the younger generation here, those that when we finally sort of cave in and say, okay, it's up to somebody else to take this field forward. I think that Maria will be one of them, because she belongs to a, let's say, small and select group of anthropologists who has done important new work within this field. And I think I'm very happy to see that this field is broadening up, that there are also people from other disciplines who start working on it. I think that maybe for too long, and this is not to sort of say anything wrong and bad about the economists in the room and economists elsewhere, but maybe, I think it's about time that this is a field that is also sort of grappled with beyond the discipline of economics, political science, yes, but seeing also that anthropologists and sociologists are starting to come into this field, I think will enrich the debate, because these are extremely important issues and they need to sort of be tackled from different angles. So with that said, I will go get this started. And why do we need to go beyond the fiscal contract? I think we need to go beyond the fiscal contract because it's suggesting something, that an ideal version of something, of this state-society relationship, that is based on something, on an ideal model of how this is, that probably doesn't exist anywhere. Some countries and some societies may be slightly closer to it, but it's built on certain assumptions that are not necessarily present everywhere and at every time. And the problem with these kind of assumptions, in my point of view, particularly when we talk about some of the most fragile states, but also the global south often in general, is that states and societies are seen as lacking, that they are lacking something, that they lack something that somebody else have. And that may be the case, but it also has led to an almost obsession about what they are lacking instead of looking at what they actually have. How are they actually organized? I mean, if you look at this debate, particularly that federal state debate, I mean, it's almost become sort of, it's a black boxing of these states that doesn't really care about trying to figure out how are they actually configured internally. What are the interests at play here? What is the agency at play? Because there is always an agency. But we sort of have come to look at them as almost sort of choiceless states that doesn't really matter. But the internal politics of this matters immensely. And it also matters externally, as we have seen now with the sort of completely turnaround of external political alignment of states like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, which sort of enormous agency they have showed. Not necessarily an agency that we have to agree to, but I mean the agency they have showed by sort of first kicking out France, then kicking out the EU, and then almost throwing out the EU, leaving ECOWAS, and so on. There is an enormous agency at play here that we need to take seriously. We cannot just write it off. But this also has important consequences for how we think about state-society relationships, because I'll end pretty soon and leave it to my two esteemed colleagues to really kick it off. But I just wanted to mention this because it also is a way of acknowledging that I was wrong, because already in sort of in between 2020, 2021, less than a year into the military takeover in Bamako, I was saying that this is not going to last very long, because you cannot eat sovereignty. Because, I mean, they have been sort of obsessed with this sovereignty debate. So I said, it's not going to last very long. They cannot eat sovereignty. Well, I mean, no, we are in 2025. They are still eating sovereignty. They have been able to create a brand, a myth, and a narrative that has created some sort of social bond between this coupist regime and not necessarily the entire population, but enough of the urban population that they can rule without only having to rely on coercive means. There is clearly a coercive element at play in both Ouaga, Niamey, and Bamako, but not only. They are still immensely popular. And while the recent figures from the Afrobarometer and the Malimeter are probably a little overblown, and they clearly have an urban bias, they do reflect a popularity of these regimes. So they have, and it's their relationship with the population is definitely not built on anything that resembles a fiscal contract or a social contract. It's built on something else. It's a social bond that they have managed to create. Because if you compare the approval rating of President Goita in Mali with recent World Bank figures of living conditions, I mean, his approval rating, everything, the World Bank shows more or less that everything is becoming harder with regard to life and security for the population. But still, he's immensely popular. So they have managed to create a social bond where people actually are willing to, every month, tighten the belt even more with the belief that this sacrifice will turn out to be a good bargain for them sometime in the future. But when that future is, what the end game is here, they don't say very much about. But there is something going on here that we need to try to sort of grapple with and tackle. And I mean, when I listened to you, Sansia, yesterday about South Africa, I mean, there is something more here, I think, than just that these 7-8 million are still willing to pay. Why are they willing to pay? There must be something more than that they see this as something they have to do. It has to be something more going on. And what this more is, I hope we can have a conversation about here. So sorry for that relatively full of words introduction, but I think we agreed, was it that Maria start?
Maria first,
yeah.
Yeah.
So Maria, so they will first give sort of 8, 10, 12 minutes introduction, and then we'll have a conversation, and then we'll open it up. So Maria, please.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think my argument will kind of reiterate quite a few things that you've already said, but I'd like to begin by saying just a few words about my own research, because I do come from a slightly different regional and perhaps, well, disciplinary context, so hopefully that will help us to better understand what do I come from and what does my perspective on the fiscal contract comes from as well. So I study state-society relations in the Baltic states, with a particular focus on Russian-speaking minorities and their fiscal and economic citizenship. And how I arrived at this topic was that many of my Russian-speaking interlocutors felt deprived of recognition to various degrees. For instance, a significant number of them had no citizenship whatsoever, or they were citizens of other countries than Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia, which then also furthered the perception which is prevalent in the Baltics about the Russian-speaking population as potentially alien and threatening, if not disloyal, to the national state. So I was interested how, in this context, the Russian-speaking residents, and I conducted my fieldwork in 3 particular former socialist industrial towns, how do residents in these places themselves perceive and enter into a relationship with the Lithuanian, Latvian, or Estonian state? And what I found was that Russian-speaking citizens and non-citizens tried to counter this negative perception of them as threatening minorities and to claim good, deserving, and loyal citizenship primarily as working and as tax-paying subjects. In other words, they use their fiscal contribution and their economic contribution in an attempt to enter into this kind of equal and reciprocal relationship with the state and kind of with the larger national collective, which my interlocutors yearned for, yet often felt the lack of. And of course, the effectiveness of their attempts is a different question. We can come back when we kind of again discuss this kind of effectiveness of a fiscal model as such. But I think what matters here is how this finding kind of shaped my perspective on the fiscal contract and the social contract as such, because it is the latter that the latter concept that I deal more with in my work. So in this, I follow Gwen Burniat and Miranda Schild-Johansson, who argue for the social contract to constitute a powerful and widespread idea. And I think this is where kind of the emphasis is, which continues to influence how people and governments around the world, including us as academics and practitioners, right, think about and experience state-society relationships. So as Morten just said, kind of the social contract is rarely a formalized agreement, and contractarian expectations rarely hold, right, in reality, and yet we still tend to think about the state-society relationship as some kind of contract, or at least we kind of think that it should approximate one, right, in kind of this ideal situation. And as such, I also argue that the idea of the social contract, and in the case of my research, this kind of idea of membership through taxation, this kind of association we have between citizenship and taxes, can also be empowering and enabling, right? Especially to those who might feel disadvantaged or feel outside kind of this perceived social contract or kind of the core national body, right? And my interlocutors as well, they use taxes to become citizens first and foremost. So it's still kind of some kind of empowering thing. However, as scholars and as practitioners, I also believe that we need to be aware of the limitations of the idea. And I think this conference proves that we are thinking about those limitations. But I also believe that anthropologists studying taxation have done a lot in this regard as well, especially in the past several years, if not more. For instance, they have shown that this kind of fiscal essentialism, that is kind of this tendency to perceive taxes as key to the social contract, if not the social contract, right, in our modern kind of world, can be limiting to our gaze to maybe less formal but no less important payments and contributions that constitute our societies. And I think quite a few speakers have talked about it yesterday, that historically taxes have been used for for oppression and exclusion rather than any kind of political representation, especially in colonial context. Again, speakers spoke about contexts where taxation is still very much extractive rather than creating any kind of reciprocal relationship. And even more so, if to push it even further, I think that the social contract itself, as have been shown very well by Nicolette Makovic and Robin Smith, if you haven't read their work yet, I very much encourage you to, argued that it is only one potential source of moral, social, and cosmic order among many, right? Other kind of logics can be ordering our societies. So, and I'm moving finally towards the end, a couple of minutes. So, no,
You're doing fine.
I'm doing fine, good. So knowing all this, right, what are we to do with this concept of a fiscal contract, and what does this kind of moving beyond, right, might imply, as in the title of this panel and the title of this conference. So although we know that the fiscal contract doesn't necessarily or always work, I thought that I would still not argue to renounce it, or at least not to kind of entirely renounce it in search of a new or better concept or a model. And the reason why that if anything, as I've mentioned, it is still a widespread idea, right? It's still kind of how people tend to think about the state-society relationship, which means that we should pay attention to it, or at least if we do consider it as some kind of normative ideal, right? Then maybe it can even serve as a powerful critique to a situation that doesn't approximate this kind of situation, this ideal situation. At the end of the day, who doesn't want a reciprocal relationship, right, with the state and each other? This in line with this kind of, again, developments in anthropological research on tax first and foremost, and anthropological research on social contract as well. I would urge us to put the idea of the fiscal contract and the social contract under empirical scrutiny. So again, something Morten said as well by introducing this panel is what meanings, functions, and expectations a tax is ascribed in different contexts. Again, a lot of kind of anthropological work done on that. What logics do taxes inhabit in different societies? It might as well be reciprocity, but it might not be, right? And even more so, reciprocity might imply very different things to different people among societies, but within one and the same society, right? And it might imply something, I don't know, maybe beyond kind of the fiscal contract or the fiscal exchange in kind of this narrow sense as we might understand it, that is taxes for public goods. And I think my own research kind of speaks to that, as well, kind of what my interlocutor is expected in return for their taxes. And also finally, what kind of relationships do different taxes and fiscal systems create? Or I think it was said yesterday, what kind of states different taxes and different fiscal systems create? And in other words, and I think this is kind of my argument for today, is that rather than taking this idea of the fiscal contract for granted and whether viewing it as a cause, a symptom, or a solution, right, you name it, to a particular problem or state-society relationship, that is treating it as something that actually exists, this kind of unit of analysis without necessarily questioning what it is, it should be analyzed and, well, I'm not biased in my methodology at all, ethnographically unpacked, right? So what is this idea, right? Where does it come from? And I think Gayatri yesterday spoke about that it is an idea that does come from a very specific time and place. So can we actually move away from these kind of, roots, origins of the concept? And I think Viljar put that idea forward, right? We can come back from, can we think about the social contract moving away from kind of the liberal Enlightenment origins of the concept? And how does this idea then manifest itself kind of on the ground, if it does? So I think that would be my kind of one of the ways, not the way, but one of the ways to maybe move beyond or maybe move forward with how we think about, but also with the fiscal contract.
Super, Maria. And then we turn to Mick. I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this.
Okay, thank you very much. So I am going to centrally address a very clear central question here, which is this idea of a social or fiscal contract actually helpful around taxation? But let me just approach it slightly indirectly. With an observation, well, two slightly observations in tension with each other. One is that since I came into this field more than 25 years ago, the our understanding of tax in Africa, low-income countries, and the world in general has improved enormously. And we just know so much more now than we did then. And especially, but not only in relation to Africa, we have a lot of people, including some in this room, who've done a lot of surveys of taxpayers or interactions with taxpayers and tax collectors, especially, but not only in the context of local taxation or often informal taxation, but big push forward. Then there are other people, not on the whole represented here, who've used tax administration data from tax administrations and done a lot of statistical and economic, etc., analysis there. Very insightful. So it feels great when we know better. But then I often go to meetings and I feel we're going round and round talking about the same things that we were talking about 20 years ago. And somehow our sort of collective understanding does not seem to correspond with the progress in knowledge. Now, I'm not quite sure why this is, but I'm going to suggest, along with answering the question, I want to suggest a few reasons maybe why that is the case. And first, I'm going to start, along with Morten and Maria, dumping on the concept of a social contract or a fiscal contract. But I'm going to dump on it a bit heavier than they did. And I'm going to suggest, I have a bottom line here. The bottom line has two components. Social contract is a political concept and construct, and people will use it for political and ideological purposes, and that's fine. But let us do our best to keep it out of analytical work on taxation, because I just don't think it's helpful. I think it really leads to a lot of confusion. A little background on that. There are various journal articles about concepts of the social contract or the fiscal contract. They'll normally say there are 4, 5, 6 different meanings. ChatGPT does a very nice little one-page thing that I think it says there are 7 different meanings. But actually, there's a sense in which there really are only 2 meanings, or 2 clear meanings. And the original meaning, which is important, of social contract, and the same would be true of fiscal contract. It goes back to 17th century Europe, at a time when thinkers and philosophers were beginning to play with the relatively new idea that political order was not natural or God-given or inherited, but that groups of people, citizens, could come together and they could decide autonomously how they wished to be governed. They didn't just have to be governed by kings and queens and all that kind of thing. And the phrase social contract emerged purely as a thought experiment, a heuristic, which was, supposing these citizens decided they want to govern themselves and they came together to decide how to do it, how would they proceed to think about this? And they would think about some kind of social contract between the person or group they nominated as the ruler or king and the rest of the citizens. So it was not supposed to be anything to do with the real world. It was just an aid to thinking more deeply. It has extended since then, and I think ChatGPT's 5 or 6 other meanings are, you can't actually distinguish one from the other because one bleeds into the other. And they're all pretty much saying the same thing, that this is something to do with state-society relations. It's kind of very positive. It's a good thing. We'd like to have it, or we're happy that we do have it. I think it's quite popular because it sounds quite social scientific. Oh, I'm working on this, the social contract. Whoa, But actually, I just don't think it helps. I think it actually confuses. So, and no more dumping on the social or fiscal contract. Let me move on to a couple of other things. I think another reason why sometimes conversations about tax are a bit unsatisfactory and go round and round, because when we say tax or tax collection, we are actually covering a very wide range of different sorts of activities. And it occurred to me, if I said, would you please come to Norway, to NUPI, and we're going to have a discussion about health services, you'd probably say, well, actually, what do you mean health services? I mean, is this curative or preventive, or is it hospital or primary, or is it, neurology or cardiology or whatever. But you say, this is a massive terrain. Not sure we can have a useful general discussion. But tax is a little bit like that. And I think it's important to map a little more carefully. And one of the issues here is so many people who are not in the tax field, when you discuss tax with them, they have, on the whole, a very narrow idea of what tax is. And I find it quite usual. I talk to students, when we talk about tax, they think it's personal income tax. I mean, that's what tax is, and there's no kind of understanding of the much bigger field. So there is an enormous terrain there, and we have no very, one clear map of it. But it's clear from conversations here and elsewhere that how central taxes are raised are very different from how local taxes, and especially local taxes that bleed into informal taxes, are raised. So that is one, very big distinction, which I think needs to be made. And there is another distinction that closely relates to that, which is, as various people have said, most taxes in Africa and elsewhere are raised by taxes on companies. And when you're talking about that kind of revenue, you are talking about virtually identical processes to those used almost throughout the world and in Europe, which is to say you're talking about big organizations which are very formal, very bureaucratic. Taxes are paid through a bureaucratic process. It's not the matter of persuading someone they need to pay their taxes. Withholding of various kinds plays an absolutely central role in getting all this revenue. And there's a very clear importance of having, highly originally written but now digitalized tax records, etc. And if you're operating in that game, you can switch almost immediately from collecting taxes in Norway to collecting taxes in Nairobi, and there's very little that's actually different. But if we're talking about the kinds of taxation that was much more familiar to virtually the whole world a century ago, which is taxing small enterprises, small operators, some of them quite mobile or fleeting, going into business, coming out, having incomes if they're in farming at one time of year, etc. Almost entirely face-to-face interaction between tax collectors and taxpayers. It's in a completely different game, and it's, on the whole, a much more problematic kind of game there, with much more politically, it raises many more tensions. So, yeah, I think if we have a bit more mapping of what kind of tax we're talking about, that would be really helpful. A third point I want to make, which is about the notion of state-society relations, really. And, well, there are two dimensions of that, and one's already mentioned yesterday. If we talk about state-society relations, we cannot then do a simple transfer into state-taxpayer relations, because taxpayers are very diverse, and many people are not taxpayers, and some people are taxpayers in the sense that they are paying taxes already levied on the goods they're buying, but they're not actually remitting any taxes to anyone, and other people are taxpayers in the sense that they're remitting taxes or employers are doing it on their behalf. So taxpayers are extremely diverse, and what is, if you like, the sort of European notion of, most citizens are taxpayers, which is kind of true in most high-income countries. Around half the adult population or so are probably registered to pay personal income taxes. That is simply not true in low-income countries. Unfortunately, that's an issue that has not got around widely. I'll make a slightly cryptic reference. Some of you know the reference. An academic who works on taxes won a prize for a book in political science 2 years ago on taxation in Africa. The book is based on two fundamental misunderstandings about taxation in Africa, one of which is the notion that 2/3 of Africans actually pay income taxes directly to government. And the author reached this conclusion by looking at the Africa barometer surveys, and around, on average, 2/3 of respondents to those surveys said yes to the question, I pay taxes, but we don't know who they pay taxes to. So the author just assumed that that's taxpayers like, you know, we are personal income taxpayers. You know, the real answer is probably around 5% or some on average across Africa. It's that order. It's certainly not 2/3. So there's a kind of problem on the, well, not a problem, there's a real issue on sorting out taxpayers do not equal citizens, do not equal voters. But there's another issue about the state and the concept of the state, which has been less explored, and I would love it if people would look at this more closely. If you look at sort of at least the political science academic literature on taxation, one of our foundational texts is a book, I think about 30 years old now, by Margaret Levy, who is a very distinguished political scientist. And she does some work on taxation to try and elucidate state-society relations more broadly. And she starts off with the assumption of the monolithic revenue maximizing state. So, you know, there is a state and it wants money, and, you know, as much money as possible is its objective. Now, the revenue maximizing is very much in question. I don't think states do that for all kinds of reasons. But the idea of a monolithic state is really problematic, because modern states are just enormous. They employ a large proportion of the population. And if you were to say, what is the definition of a state, if you're looking at state-taxpayer relations, there are at least 4 definitions. One would be the state in the most abstract political science terms, which is something to do with a sort of network of more or less loosely coordinated organizations that claim some unique authority, but that's a state. That would be one. Another one would be what we normally term the government or the political executive, prime minister, president, cabinet, etc. Another one would be the Ministry of Finance. And yet another one would be the organizations that actually collect taxes. You know, that is not, the relations between those organizations are not simply, you know, perfect information, hierarchical command and control, etc. In particular, tax collection organizations have an awful lot of information about how they do and how they could do better. And we have the standard principal agent problem here, at least 1, if not 2 levels. So very little work has been done, because it's difficult to do, exploring actually the relations between these different levels of the quote-unquote state. So I think, Morten, it's probably, I'll probably stop here. I mean, I had some other things to say about what I think we might have learned over the last 25 years about state-society relations, but you can always shoot me the right question and
I'll try. No, I think that this, in a way, I mean, these 2 introductions, I mean, they speak very nicely to each other, so I'm very happy about that. But something I sort of wanted to, not necessarily challenge you on, but both of you, but I would like to have your opinion about, because I think that, in a way, I mean, Maria, you I think you alluded to this indirectly, whereas Mick, you're probably a little bit more direct about this. I mean, because this about paying tax, those that do pay it, I agree with you. I mean, not everybody pays it, and not and if they pay, it's not necessarily what one formally think about as tax. But if you sort of start adding in all these other small fees that people pay, I mean, then there are very, very many who pay tax in some way. That could be tax to an insurgency, like I mentioned yesterday with the zakat. I mean, that they have their own version of that could be some sort of fee to some sort of government official somewhere. It could be that you have to pay a fee in order to have your garbage collected. I mean, there is all these possible ways that somebody who has some sort of authority can extract some revenue from somebody else. But I also wanted to hear from you slightly more explicitly about the more sort of symbolic element of paying tax, of being a taxpayer. Because, I mean, Maria, you alluded to this, where you say that, I mean, these Russian-speaking minorities, in a way you could say that they are trying to find the Baltic state to be for. So, but that also means that there is a huge level of sort of, there is an important element of submission here, isn't it? You submit to something. It's an element of sort of declaring your loyalty through submission to achieve something. In your case, I mean, sort of the security of citizenship, perhaps. But isn't this also somewhat of the case in some of the African countries we are working in MICTIS, that there, perhaps for poor people, I mean, one thing is sort of you can get a service done. You can sort of, you pay you give your zakat to the insurgent because at least then they don't beat you up or kill you. But there is also some sort of, isn't there also some sort of proof of loyalty to something that almost hints towards, if there is a contract there, it's not sort of a Lockean contract, it's more of a Hobbesian contract in many ways. So I just wanted to have your views about that from your different angles.
I mean, I think it's a really interesting question, and you know, especially here for the anthropologists, some really good work to do actually, because I think, in as far as I don't know how people feel, you know, in their heads when they pay taxes, but I think we know it's in fact extremely diverse. Yeah. I mean, in some cases it really is just direct submission. I have no choice. You know, I have to do it. In a few cases, it has a kind of instrumental purpose, especially when it comes to property taxes. Because if your title to your property is in some way insecure, having a receipt that I've paid the property tax just might be useful, you know, from a legal point of view at some stage. So, you know, that's purely, and I think that's why some people pay property taxes in some cases. There are clearly at, you know, the other extreme. Actually, I'll tell you a personal story. I mean, it's unfortunate, it's personal, and this is not why I got into tax, actually. But I have a memory of being a very small child, and my father, who was a worker, at some point in the, 1960s, his income went up sufficiently, he had to start to pay income tax. And I remember being by his side where he was talking to someone and groaning, oh, we have to pay income tax. And my father's response was, actually, no. You know, I can't remember whether he used the word proud, but he said, I'm pleased to pay tax because, you know, this was the sort of growth of the welfare state post-World War II, and he could visibly see the benefits to working families of paying taxes. And he was actually genuinely not upset to be paying income tax. And I mean, that might be an extreme case, but I think there probably are a lot of cases in the world. I mean, there is still a certain proportion of old people who voluntarily give their money to the government when they die because they think the government needs it. But okay, the short answer is I think there is just an awful lot to be investigated there, and we would, if we could have some really good, insightful research onto that, and you know, done in local languages with careful experiments of different ways of answering questions, I think we would know much more.
Maria?
Mm-hmm. So I think I'll try to be brief. I'll see how that goes. I think first I should kind of mention that most, at least, people that I worked with, we usually dealt with income tax, and that's, in that regard, a lot of them, well, not that you have much of a choice that you make to pay or not to pay. And that is why I very much agree with Vic that we need to kind of maybe stop, or at least talk less about the fiscal system as this kind of unitary thing, one big exchange, to kind of deal with individual taxes. So in that regard, kind of, yeah, my interlocutors did not have maybe much of a choice. It would be interesting to see how they felt about other taxes and what they did or didn't do. And when they kind of, I think why I'm kind of arguing not to completely disregard this kind of concept of the fiscal contract is because this is how my interlocutors spoke about their relationship, right? This is something that they wanted to. And in that regard, on the one hand, it did kind of was this kind of more classic complaint about kind of this fiscal exchange, that our roads are still, you know, with pots, and like there are still queues in the hospital, that I think complaints you will find anywhere. But there was, yeah, as you say, this also kind of symbolic element in the sense that it was a way to claim, right, deservingness, to show that we are these kind of deserving well, members of the collective in that regard. And I think through that, it was also kind of an attempt, and what can taxes do actually, is to try and imagine alternative ways of organizing our societies, right? So in the case of my interlocutors, it was also kind of trying to, I don't know, redraw kind of membership criteria, but also kind of reimagine what should be at the basis of our political collective, and taxes was a way to create it kind of, I don't know, this kind of economic way of claiming membership was, in their eyes, kind of creating a more equal, maybe more neutral even, like, right? A society that's not differentiated along ethno-linguistic lines. So I think in that regard, taxation and this kind of idea of some kind of contractual relationship with the state is, again, important, and holds that kind of symbolic power while being, well, submissive in some regard. But yeah, I very much agree. More kind of in-depth research would kind of show us the wider variety of the relationships that there is.
I think I want to bring in a generational aspect to our conversation, because we are, after all, I mean, the Baltic states are aging societies, but I mean, some of the societies that we are talking about are still relatively youthful societies, even though also Africa is aging. But still, I mean, it is the most youthful continent we know, have known at least in the modern history of demography. And we see it now, I mean, in several African countries and elsewhere. I mean, from the streets of Belgrade to Peru to Morocco, Madagascar. I mean, I was talking to one of my students after we finished our session yesterday. He's soon about to submit his thesis on MA thesis on the what we call the generational consciousness of Gen Z in Nairobi. I think it will be a highly interesting thesis, also because he has a very sort of nice background to do it. I mean, he's currently at the University of Oslo as a student at risk. He was and still is a student leader from Zimbabwe, who had to leave the country due to bad things that the government both did to him, and also not the least what they threatened to do to him. But the interesting thing here is we see this sort of popping up. I mean, the sort of youthful Africa rising up in anger and despair towards older generations, and in this anger and despair is also sort of this frustration over the liminality, and here I think there is a connection to your the people that you have done research on, Maria. This liminality, this feeling of being caught into this both social, political, and economic limbo that you cannot get out of. I mean, previously, I mean, in the old days, one got out of this at around 15, because then one started working, gained hopefully some sort of little bit of autonomy so that one could marry. Right? That was the way after. This was how we became a citizen in Norway in the past, go 100 years back. I mean, probably also in the UK. I mean, this was how you become a citizen. Right now, there are so many people that for various reasons feel that they are trapped in this state of liminality that they cannot get out of. Now, I mean, in the modern world, sorry, thank you. In the modern world, I mean, how do you become a citizen? Well, you become a citizen when you start working and you start paying taxes. So I'm just wondering, sort of, in the research that you have done, do you see this sort of that there also is a generational aspect there? Because I'm very curious about how these young people they revolted in Nairobi against the finance bill and the heavy taxes and fees that was put on different basic commodities from bread to a number of other things. But in your point of view, sort of, what kind of new conversation could come out of this? Because this is about more than just a finance bill. It's about trying to reclaim a place in a system that they feel is completely rigged against them, and in that rigging, taxes, both formal and informal, that affects people. So I'm not here talking about the sort of company tax at all. I'm talking about these things that people actually feel, formal and informal, feels that this system is rigged against them. But what kind of new conversations are likely to come out of this? It's a very difficult question because none of us really have an answer to it. But having these two people here, I would very much like to hear. So first, Mick, what do you think? What is happening here?
Yeah, one comment on that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the media now about Generation Z and their revolts. And I think it's probably really interesting, but I have very little idea what's going on because I think I'm aware that this is all being filtered by journalists and other people who already have preconceptions about, Generation Z revolts or whatever. So I don't have a very clear view. But I mean, I have a sense of what might be behind this, or one thing that might be behind this universally. I mean, the Nairobi thing a lot of things contributed there. I mean, the fact that, the regime, the president is extremely authoritarian, but politically inept and had not been paying much attention to his political base. So, much of this was not tax. I mean, to put taxes on bread at that particular moment, I mean, this was just tin-eared taxation. But in as far as this general set of issues, I think it does basically revolve around mobile phones, where for young people, mobile phones are clearly a very, very important part of their daily life and their identity in practice. And governments actually interfere with that in various ways. I mean, we had in Africa several revolts when governments tried to put taxes on mobile money transfers or data transfers, and different things, but basically tax whatever is going through the mobile phone. And that, of course, it's perceived to hit young people particularly. But one of the sparks for the revolt in Nepal quite recently was the government, I think they shut down all social media, right? Not the internet, but all social media. So you suddenly cut people off. So I think there's a sort of bundle of things there which have a tax dimension, but some of them are beyond tax. But that is more hypothesis, I think, than...
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's not necessarily about tax, but tax, again, whether one like it or not, it is something that, even if there, as you pointed out, it's something that you can throw almost everything into, but it's something that everybody sort of has an opinion about.
Yes.
So it's easy to use as a sort of rallying point, because and also because it's something that, if not everybody, at least very many either have a real experience with or a perceived experience with. And it sort of is, in a way, sort of part and parcel of people's life in one way or another. So I think that's in it. But I also find it very interesting to see sort of how, I mean, there are many sort of different things to this Gen Z, and I agree with you, Mika. Part of this is also media made, and it's by journalists, but also by these youths themselves, because they know exactly how to brand themselves so that it fits the clickbait-driven journalism. So they are very smart. They're not only tech savvy, they are also quite media savvy, these people, and they understand the new media landscape much better than, for example, I think William Ruto do. I don't think he understood anything of this before it hit him harder, at least politically, for a while. But Maria, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to listen because I don't know whether I have an answer or a clear answer to this question because I think
None of us has, so...
Yeah, no, but I think my closest interaction with Generation Z is my students now. I don't think I had that many interlocutors of that generation, having conducted my fieldwork some years ago. I was just trying to think about what I found in the field was sometimes I felt that among my younger interlocutors, taxes were important, but they were not necessarily essential to kind of their identity or their relationship with the state, maybe because they had access to, I don't know, other ways of making claims, right? Many of them were already kind of citizens formally, they spoke the official language, they went to universities in the countries, like they could make that claim for citizenship and membership through other channels. But for people who couldn't do that easily, and I think in my work I deal with with this idea of the national or the neoliberal ideas that define how we might understand the social contract of citizenship in certain contexts, then taxes have become very important because that is what they do. That is all residents or citizens. I also put that equation between taxpayers and citizens here. And a good subject of the state is expected to pay taxes. So that was the way for people who lacked other channels. Again, I don't know how the generation necessarily comes into here. It will be very interesting to see, right? But I think that would be my indirect answer with what I can do with my findings.
I don't think any of us know, because we are here trying to sort of look at and analyze something that is ongoing. But I do see some commonalities here across this. Also through another project. So a few of us has been so lucky that we sort of have been able to follow also how these protests in the case of Belgrade and Serbia has evolved. Extremely interesting. Me and Christian were more or less on the ground when the train station collapsed in Novi Sad, and we had students working for us, and of course they all disappeared from the Vignet survey and into the protests. But there is something interesting here, because what I see as a commonality is this it is also an anti-system element in these protests. That means that in some way they are also trying to get away from the old sort of way that state-society relationships were formed and constructed in the past into a new terrain. What this new terrain is probably as uncertain for them as it is uncertain for us. But in that uncertainty, I find something that is very interesting, and that I would sort of urge us to try to explore, this uncertainty that we see now be it on the streets of Nairobi, Bamako, Belgrade, or whatever. We are living in an age of enormous uncertainty. And before I open up, I just wanted to sort of hear from you how you think about this. Can we talk about the current age as an age of uncertainty, and what kind of implications do that have for state-society relationships, and thereby also how we think about these people as potential taxpayers in this landscape? You want to take that challenge first, Mickey?
I can't remember the name, but about 20 or 30 years ago, a German scholar wrote a book. You might just recall it coming to me. It was basically how we are entering this incredibly uncertain world. That was 30 years ago. And now, somehow, we always seem to have been, it's like the middle classes are always rising. Yeah. The world is always becoming a more uncertain place. And I think that narrative goes back a long time, but at the same time, it sounds true to me. So I don't know.
Maria?
Yeah, let's try. In terms of this uncertainty, I don't know. I think personally, I do feel uncertain about the world sometimes. So how that, I think it's an interesting time and an interesting thing to observe and try to capture the moment. And I think that the idea that came to my mind, also thinking about taxes in this regard, I think Johanna Mugler and other authors of this new book of kind of tax anthropology and fiscal ethnographies argue that while historically, right, it could have been extractive and cause protest, mobilize people, it also has a potential, as I mentioned before, to imagine some kind of, right, alternative, fairer society, how we think about how we need to redistribute, collect, who has responsibility for what. And in that uncertainty, there is then also a potential, right, to imagine those, I don't know, maybe some kind of better future for us as we want. So in that regard, I would be positive about the power of taxes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, yes, I mean, in many ways I agree with you, Mick, that I mean, there is, at each point in history, people have felt some sort of uncertainty. What I think is different today is the speed that uncertainty travels with. Because now everything has become instant with this new social media landscape.
Yeah.
So that there is no time anymore to reflect on anything. It's all instant. And that will also come to affect how people think about themselves as citizens, and thereby also as taxpayers, as what kind of rights and obligations they have. What comes out of this, I don't know. But I mean, again, I mean, relating back to our experiences in Belgrade, I mean, these occupied universities and faculties in Belgrade and Novi Sad are now really function as political laboratories, where the students are sort of collectively working at trying to reclaim also what it means to be a Serbian citizen, by also reclaiming national symbols, they're talking about a new nationalism, but it should be inclusive and not exclusive. And I mean, I have met young Serbian students who say that for the first time I feel Serbian. For the first time I feel as a potential citizen. And I think it's something of the same that is behind these struggles that has gone on in Nairobi, in Madagascar, in Morocco, and so on. It's a carving for a citizenship of a state that you can feel belonging to, because that state is no longer against you, but it could potentially be for you. I think we'll stop there and we'll open up for some questions and comments. I hope that this hopefully has provoked some questions and comments of both, maybe also of complete disagreement, what we have been saying up here. So please, the floor is open. So do come forward with questions and comments. It doesn't need to be questions. Comments is just as fine, or whatever you think about what we have been saying. Nobody feels called.
I think you've intimidated them, Morten. Your fault.
Sansia, please. And there's a mic coming in. Because if you don't raise your hand, I'll single you out.
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I have been thinking of little anecdotes, you know, from the South African context, and I've spoken a little bit about what's going on in South Africa yesterday, and to some of you informally as well. But it's almost like a slowly evolving train crash there over the past 3 weeks. We've got like 2 parallel investigations running, one an ad hoc parliamentary committee, and the other one a formal commission of investigation regarding the revelations of the involvement of our senior politicians. It's extreme, but the president's names come up. The Minister of Police is currently suspended, but he's been testifying for the past 3 days. And senior judges, well, basically the police service, and it's quite disastrous. Looking from here, it feels like things are coming apart entirely. But as I said to Art yesterday, who knows, it's such an interesting country. Maybe in a few months' time, we go on as if nothing's happened, like what's happened after the Zondo Commission, which also felt like like a sea change of things. But amidst all of these revelations, and we've had quite a disastrous budget in the beginning of the year when the government of national unity refused to accept the proposal of the Minister of Finance, and basically called it 2-month hiatus with the budget approval and Concord case and all sorts of other contestations, all in Parliament. I think it was the first time that the ANC government actually experienced contestation in terms of the budget. In the past, they would simply increase taxes to meet, the expenses, which included all of the patronage expenses and so on. So that was quite interesting. And in that time, amidst all of these turbulence, the president announced, I think it was possibly a poorly considered effort, conciliatory effort to try and muster control, to make people feel they have a voice. He announced a national dialogue, but it was a one-day national dialogue. Quickly announced there wasn't enough time to organize it properly, and there was much pushback. There was an enormous budget, out of 750 million rand for that one-day national dialogue, and a lot of that went into the catering. So obviously, just more of the same and a lot of pushback. So the day was quite a circus, people running onto the stage, grabbing the mic, shouting things, and most of the people that spoke there, representing different unions and so on, were very angry. And it was a lot of shouting, and it wasn't an attractive or constructive day, except for the very, very last contribution on that day. It was a young girl. She came in her school uniform, and she represented, she was I didn't even know that body existed, but school kids, high school kids. I guess she must have been 17, maximum 18 years old. And she calmly and clearly spoke, said that for her generation that she represents, this is the end of this kind of thing. And what was interesting, she was the only one that I heard of that whole day that mentioned taxes specifically. She just said that if you think that we are, like our parents, going to keep on paying taxes for the way that you behave and govern, you are very much mistaken. So I thought that, and her contribution to that national dialogue was the only one that was really publicized and broadcast over and over again. So anyway, so that little anecdote that they are possibly more constructively participating than we think. Thank you.
Odd Helge, well, I mean, you have worked on this for such a long time. I mean, how do you react to what has come from the podium here?
I think what is interesting is something that you've mentioned and Mick as well, considering, and also Maria, how people through their taxes possibly try to earn citizenship. Odd and I've looked at a little bit, working on, is there fiscal, well, there isn't a fiscal social contract in South Africa, and so certainly in the normative sense. So if there is one, there's a very poor one. But how does one define reciprocity in that regard? And, if one assumes that from the different types of social contracts, if there is such a thing, South Africa, I think, would not be defined as one that's transactional or very transaction-based. It's very norms-based. People do what they think is right, and they expect of the government to also do what they think is right. But even if the government then doesn't, they still are sort of driven by some form of morality to try and keep on being good citizens and do the right thing. Which isn't very helpful in a context where accountability is problematic. But I think in South Africa's context, reciprocity might be defined, from the taxpayer's perspective, certainly from personal income taxpayer's perspective. And that probably can go back to the start of democracy in 1994. The reciprocity wasn't services. It's an unconventional view given our very fraught history of exploitation up to that point. So my perception, I have no evidence for this, but my perception is that what taxpayers were paying for, what they were asking in exchange for these very steep progressive taxes, and there was a commitment, they were happy to pay those taxes, that would be my understanding, was that there should be this sizable redistribution. What they were trying to buy with their taxes was maybe a citizenship in this new South Africa going forward, giving the fraught history that we've had, almost perhaps trying to make a retribution for the wrongs of the past, but also buying an inclusive, fairer society. And when taxpayers are becoming very disgruntled and unhappy, disillusioned at the moment, trying to look for an exit strategy, many of them are terminating their tax residency, is not because they don't receive services. They haven't for the longest time, and I don't, in all honesty, think they expected much in terms of service delivery. They expected that their taxes should work towards social inclusion and a better society. And now that this is failing on a very, very large scale, and we can see where the taxes are going, that's when the taxpayers are becoming recalcitrant and quite unhappy.
Odd, you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you so much. There is one part of the discussion in the panel which we have been promised by Mick, and that is he said he would also talk a little bit about how the field has evolved over time, which is very, very nice. This is not the issue of social contract, fiscal social contract has been debated, and our perspectives have also changed over time. I remember 25 years back or something, Mick.
You're going to embarrass me. I know what you're going to say. Go on.
Because Mick has a very kind of smooth interpretation of the tax reciprocity state-society relations, and I contested that. I said, okay, there is a lot of coercion out there. And when Mick approached me, he said, well, I think a week later you have already written a revised paper where my arguments were incorporated. So I think this is something the more we know, learn about things, the more new people are coming in from with different perspectives, different disciplines. That shows this is a very dynamic field. It is evolving. And that is something which, for me, has been extremely rewarding, that there are new perspectives we have to take on board. And one thing I disagree with you, Morten, is that this is a field dominated by economists. Actually, it's a small group of economists, political economists, who have focused on these issues. The mainstream economics has been very technical. I think what has been very rewarding for me personally has been the collaboration with political scientists, including Mick and others. And now it's very encouraging also to see anthropologists are coming more on board. There has been some work by Olivier de Sardin and others, Thomas Bierschenk in West Africa, which has been very, very interesting and also very inspiring also for some of my work. Actually, Olivier de Sardin and Thomas Bierschenk, they thought I was an anthropologist when I published some of my work from the local government taxation in Tanzania. But this is a dynamic field. It's evolving. And I find it very inspiring also that we can have this discussion about maybe we have focused too much on that taxation, the fiscal social contract is the way. There are so many nuances here. And I think also that we must realize that, as also Mick and Maria here you emphasize, that taxation it's a wide, big area. And what is interpreted as taxation, for instance, by Norwegians, maybe Lithuanians, is very different from what a Tanzanian would identify as taxation. Where all kinds of fees and charges and informal kind of payments are part of that big picture. And I think that has been a very good added value to the discussion. We have to broaden our perspective. We have also to realize that there are so many different views, perspectives, depending on who you are, what you are doing in individual countries also. So I think this field for futurists, there are so many entry points. It builds on what we have done. That's what we have done, what Mick and I have done over many years. Maria is coming on board. Others are coming on board now. We are all building on something which has been already done by other people. And I find it also very interesting now to look into what are the roots of these issues of fiscal contract. Mick, he pointed out that very clearly. It's based on very much on on Western experiences, philosophical approach to understand the state and so on, which is extremely different from the context we now see in most low-income countries, and probably also in the Baltics, in Eastern Europe. So I think this more nuancing and so on is something which adds substantial value and will take the field forward. But I have one question to whoever in the panel. I think Morten mentioned it, and also Maria, about now having some identity. What is the identity of people? What the importance of having some kind of identity to something? Sansia also mentioned this about people are, in some context, young generations in particular maybe, and at least my parent generation also had the same. Maybe my generation has in a way taken things for granted. That belonging to something is important. And when the global system is becoming so unpredictable and unforeseen and with big dramatic changes happening, what's the alternative? Are we now moving back into a system where identity is more and more related to national states, or in some cases not even national states, to clans, smaller, to ethnic groups and so on? And what impact will that have on the whole discussion of state building, state-society relations and so on? I throw a question back to you.
Thank you. I think we need to stop there, but we are going to try to answer that question. You want to start, Maria? Some final reflections, trying also to sort of ponder what this about identity belonging that Odd Helge came forward with, or if you want to sort of address some of the concern of Sansia. You can choose.
I can choose. That helps.
That's the privilege of sitting here.
I mean, I was even thinking, like, when we again spoke that, and Mick mentioned, and you just now about, and yesterday as well, how social contract is once again a very specific idea related to Enlightenment and Western liberal thinkers. I think an interesting task, and what my colleagues are doing, and I think I try as well with my work, is to actually ask how do these ideas travel, right? How are they to move and to become so widespread and inspirational that people all over the world still kind of think within, whether it works is a different question, but we still think along those lines. So how does it happen? To kind of work with the actual idea, right? In terms of identity and belonging, I think in my context, it's actually what an interesting thing was that this relationship with the state, well, in the Baltics at least, it was, maybe other parts of Eastern Europe as well, was understood and explained very much through identitarian metrics, through identities. But those identities often were ethno-linguistic and or maybe tied to kind of this kind of national understanding. And tax has become a way to rethink that, right? To imagine some kind of other type of belonging that might be possible or not. And I think why my interlocutors kind of grab onto that idea, because it is how we think, right? We say, and I think Mick and I briefly talked about this yesterday, even in our own work, we use citizens and taxpayers often as synonyms. Even if we acknowledge that's not the case, we still do that. So I think it is a kind of another powerful idea to kind of people might grab on to try and rethink those identities or reconstruct them. Don't know whether I answered that, but I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it there.
I'm going to give Mick the last word here, but just very briefly on what you were saying. I think what we need to add to this question of identity and belonging, at least currently, is the issue of nostalgia. There is this drive of nostalgia, of sort of a return to something that once existed that was better. The problem with this is that, I mean, it easily turns into a form of certainty of the past that reminds me of what Arun Appadurai called the dead certainty. And then it becomes very dangerous. And in certain places, we are in dangerous times now. The US, for example. And to Sansia, I mean, I think that, I mean, I've listened to you sort of over some years, and it was interesting to note that in your intervention yesterday, I think I have never heard you refer so explicitly and so often to patronage as you did now. And that is probably not a good sign for South Africa. I'll leave it there, but Mick, final words.
I'm going to go back to tax. I'm going to take up Helga's invitation to briefly say what I was going to say before, which is a little bit of kind of history of this field. Now, when I came into this field 25, 30 years ago, as Odd says absolutely rightly, when we talked about tax, we were very fixated on national level taxation, and partly because our ideas came from Europe. And one thing we have learned is that it's a much bigger field. But at that point, my primary motivation was the question, what are good sources of government revenue? Are some good and some bad from the point of view of the quality of governance? And very simply, that was at a point when we were beginning to have a literature about the resource curse that eventually came through very powerfully, which told us, and it's still true today, I'm sure, you know, the fundamental insight of the resource curse is absolutely right. On average, and taking into account variations, governments that are funded at a high level from rents from natural resources tend to be bad governments in various ways. And I don't think, you know, I think that is still true. The research still shows it's true. But I was particularly concerned at that point about aid, because again, this was a point when aid was actually much higher in relative to the GDPs of, you know, Africa than it is today. So it was a bigger concern. But the question was pouring large amounts of aid in just another variant of the resource curse? Well, that is a less urgent question today because aid is just less. So I don't think it doesn't engage as much. In as far as there's a consensus, I think it's two fundamental points. One is that aid, like tax, is such a variable thing that, you know, looking for macro effects of all aid in a country doesn't work, because emergency aid is not the same as military aid or something else. But the kind of insight that very high levels of aid probably can have damaging effects on governance, I think it's probably still valid, but it's not so urgent. So that's one question that motivated us. From all that literature, there is another question emerged, or at least this is how I understand the question now, which is that given what we know about resource curse and aid and everything else, to what extent can we be confident that an increase in revenue demand or revenue collection by the government is actually going to result in some improvement of governance over a relatively limited time horizon of, say, 10 years or a bit more? As Odd Helga knows, I have a paper on this. I started writing just 8 years ago. I presented it last year in Bergen. It's still not finished. But I think in as far as I have a conclusion on that paper, I think there is a little bit of truth in the insight that on the whole, higher levels of revenue do tend to generate better governance. But it is extremely hard to prove. And the one thing we can be sure of is that the governments the neoliberal view that somehow tax is an intrinsically bad thing, and the governments that collect less tax are going to be better is just false. But that big question of would more tax generate, more pluralism or democracy or something, I think still is an open question. So that's just a little bit of insight on the sort of, as opposed to the term social contract, those are the sort of more, if you like, practical policy questions that certainly occupied my mind and I think many other people.
Thank you. And thanks to the audience. So let's. And then we have. Thank you, Mick.
Thank you.
And then we have. We are a little bit over time, but not substantially. So we allow ourselves the designated 15-minute coffee break before we start the next session.
Sånn. Ja. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I manage to maneuver this. Okay, yeah, can you hear me? Oh, excellent. Okay, so welcome to this final ordinary panel of the conference. So the last session talked about the need to nuance the view of the social contract. It also talked about the need for deepening knowledge. And we will continue this conversation in this panel. So we will talk about what knowledge is needed for the future. But we will also take a little bit more of a practical perspective and talk about how can we generate this knowledge that is needed in a way that we ensure that the knowledge and the research is actually relevant for the people who should be relevant to. So that's the task of this panel. And to discuss this, I'm very pleased to have a very, very large panel representing different stakeholders in tax and development. And to start, let's see my notes. Let me begin to introduce Dr. Lucas Catera. He's the Director of Collaboration and Capacity Building at REPOA, which is a think tank in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Lucas has extensive experience with research on taxation and governance, as well as engagement with policymakers and civil society in Tanzania. So he represents both the research perspective, but also this experience with interaction with key stakeholders. Next, we have Dr. Vanessa van den Boogaard. She's a research fellow at the International Center of Tax and Development, ICTD, but based in Toronto. She also has extensive research experience on taxation, informal institutions, and development in a range of different countries, but also working with different types of stakeholders, so non-state actors, civil society, and tax administrations. Then we have another doctor, Dr. Olav Lundstøl, now senior advisor in NORAD's section for governance, but just back from serving as the country economist at the Norwegian embassy in Dar es Salaam, so kind of almost representing both MFA and NORAD. And you have a PhD in tax policy, so maybe also representing a slight research perspective. Then we have Øyvind Strømme, International Director at the Norwegian Tax Authority, meaning that you're in charge of NTA's capacity building efforts around the world, but including countries like Tanzania and Kenya. So we're very happy to have you with us, representing the revenue administration side. And then last but not least, we have Kaja Guttormsgaard. She's advisor at Tax Justice Norway, and thus representing a key actor here, namely civil society perspective on tax policy. So in this first round of the conversation, we're going to tackle the question of what knowledge is needed. And I want to start with you, Lucas, and ask you, from your experience, what kinds of knowledge are most needed to address the tax-related challenges and governance challenges in Tanzania? And where do you see the biggest gaps between research and policy?
Yeah, thank you very much. And the question is very nice. And of course, it reflects some of the research that we have done in the past. And if you look at the history of investment, which has a lot of implications on the tax and the related challenges, really, I mean, people make decisions to invest depending on what they perceive to be the flow of revenue over time. And of course, that estimating the flow of revenue requires that you have full knowledge of all variables that are contributing to the revenue, including taxation. So if it happens that you are not sure of the level of taxes that will be paid in a lifetime of your project, then it's a challenge. So we see the gap now in the Tanzanian context. It has been a very big challenge for taxpayers to be able to estimate the flow of revenue because of unpredictability of the revenue flow as the result of them being able viewing the tax system was very unpredictable. Of course, yesterday I mentioned something on the hospitality industry that we have done research. This is a sector that always can clearly estimate the revenue flow because tourists are always planning their tourist travel ahead of time, and of course they can even estimate the number of beds that will be occupied. But when it comes to revenue that they will get, profit, it becomes difficult because they can't. The tax system is very unpredictable. Changes are coming in within the fiscal year, and this makes it difficult. So I think if we are able to make we have the knowledge of making the tax system predictable, that will actually foster investment and revenue flow over time. But of course, yesterday someone from Tax Justice presented that about 1 or 0.5% of the big taxpayers can decide to pay or not to pay. And of course, that's a challenge. In the country like Tanzania, we have like 400 people paying more than 70% of revenue in the country. So if this group of people can decide to pay, not to pay, you know exactly what will be the situation in the country in terms of government ability to deliver services. So it's important to for the tax system to be able to have the knowledge to broaden the tax base so that everybody is part of the tax system, and the action of a few group of people may not extremely affect the flow of revenue in the country. But of course, issues around the simplicity of the taxation, it's very complex and it makes tax payment very costly. So it's important, if we have a knowledge of making it simple so that it's very transparent, people know exactly how much they should pay, when, and at what time, that will broaden that's really about the system itself. But when it comes to taxpayers, I think you also see a gap of knowledge there. First is the keeping records. Of course, it has been a very big challenge for many taxpayers to keep records. As the result, tax payment remains a negotiation between taxpayer and tax collector, and that way bring in the loophole of evading taxes. So the knowledge of keeping record, it's very important for the taxpayers. But the last one is on patriotism, I think. It's important. People are paying tax, but they don't care whether it goes to the government, treasury office or not. You remember the start that CMY and Report did on actually incentivizing people to demand receipt when they buy goods and services. And of course, in one tax region, it was announced that when you claim a receipt after purchasing, then that receipt is considered as a lottery ticket, which when you undergo different lottery process, you can win and get money. And of course, people demanded receipt very much in that region. And of course, you could see the trend of revenue at the time when the lottery was operating. So if that kind of patriotism can be built within the people, definitely will see the positive impact of revenue collection. So the challenge is that people are paying tax, but they don't care whether it goes there because of not demanding. So I think those are two. But then if you look at the gap now existing between the research and the policy, we all know that the research policy relationship is not linear, because researchers will produce findings and then suggest areas that have to be improved. But policymakers have also their own dynamics on picking the results. Some of them were affected by budget processes, but also probably human capital. They may want to implement them, but they have to get human capital from other countries, or they have to send the current human capital for training before they can take them. So it's not very linear. But of course, there are challenges. That's one. The second is that some of the research findings, the relationship between researchers to a large extent and the policymakers has been antagonistic, especially depending on how they pick the results. If they take the results as something positive to change their behavior so that they can improve the situation that becomes positive. But if they take them as something that threatens their position, it becomes a challenge. And of course, we have got this kind of experiences as rapport when we did this year, we did a poverty mapping research, which were an analysis using household budget survey together with census survey to estimate poverty at the lower government level, which is very important because the country, like Tanzania, is so big, so you want to get specific location-specific information so you can target. So some of the, when we presented them to the MPs, Member of Parliament, some of them were complaining that, I mean, are you saying that I have done nothing in my constituents, that's why we are performing poorly? So that's the negative side of viewing the results. But some of them took them positive and they say, okay, this is the basis of my demand to the government for more budget because my council seems to perform poorly. So it depends on how they take it, sometimes antagonistic relations, sometimes positive. And of course, that's why findings are not taken. The research have a gap. But of course, the last one is the balance between academic publication and the policy publication. We all, I mean, when you, most of the researchers would like to excel up to professorship, and they would learn, they want to build to publish in high impact journals, and that may not be something that can be assimilated in the policy processes. So the packaging researchers have created themselves a gap because of the way they package their findings, and they can't. So sometimes you need to simplify the findings and to policy brief so that they can be assimilated. So that bring in a gap between research and the policy that is created from the research perspective. I think I should stop at that point, and maybe later on if there will be follow-up questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lucas. And I think we will, in the next round of questions, we'll also get back to this kind of the maybe misalignment of incentives or different objectives of researchers and other stakeholders. But before that, let's talk a little bit more about the knowledge that is needed. Vanessa, how do you see the field of tax and development research evolving, and where are the new frontiers of knowledge from your perspective? I know this is a very broad question, but you can talk about
I can give my own opinions. No, I think I think that this builds on the conversation that we had this morning, which I think has already been really fruitful. And I do want to re-emphasize the point that I think Mick made, that, you know, over the last, 15, 20, 25, maybe 30 years, we have gained an enormous evidence base and foundation of research in this area. And I really, thanks to the people in this room, and thanks to especially Mick and Odds and Morten, the people that have put together these research consortiums, and have also been incredibly generous in mentoring the next generation of tax researchers. I think we do know a lot more now about what is needed in lower income countries, what works, what doesn't, what can actually help to sustain tax increases over time, and importantly, what can actually make tax systems more accountable and transparent. But I think that there's still a lot that we don't know, right? So I want to acknowledge that, we've learned a lot, but there's still obviously a ways to go, and I think an important future for this research area. And I do also think, I think as we've already discussed, that this research is more important than ever in the context of, retreating aid, increasing debt, the pressure that governments in many parts of the world are facing to increase domestic revenue mobilization. I think it really reinforces the continued importance of this type of work. And I'll highlight maybe 3 areas in particular where I think that where I see potential and need for more research in the coming years. One, I think, is kind of in the practical how-tos of how to make tax systems more progressive as well as accountable, transparent, and fair. I think in many cases, again, building on the body of research that we have, collectively that we've collectively grown, I think we have a good sense of what is needed in terms of our, what sort of reforms, policy or administrative, are needed to make a system more progressive, or we have ideas about, that the tax system should be more transparent and accountable. But I don't think we always know exactly how to do that. And of course, so much of that depends on the context and the capacity and, the realities of local economies, and the fact that most economies are primarily informal in lower income countries. So I think that there is a lot more work to be done in terms of like how we actually go about achieving those ends, thinking about policy impact evaluations, working directly with revenue authorities of testing different strategies. I can think, for instance, in my work on informal sector taxation, there's a lot of research now that shows that the common strategies that are often used to target the informal sector end up disproportionately targeting lower income earners. So it has really negative equity impacts, but it also is not actually raising revenue for governments. And actually new research shows that actually the cost of collection can be a lot higher than what the government's bringing in. So we know that this is not working. We know, and in some ways, I think the solution is relatively obvious. There's some kind of low-hanging fruits here in terms of reform. Most African countries in the simplified income tax regimes that are used to target informal businesses don't include a minimum threshold. So that seems like, okay, well, that seems quite easy actually. Just how do we actually do that from a policy perspective? Why is that not happening? There's obviously reasons why it's not happening. But I think there are other questions as well about, how to go about targeting higher income earners in the informal sector. What sort of data is actually needed? What sort of data capacity is needed? How do we actually go about doing better risk-based assessments to identify and target that income? What does it actually mean for, or what would it take for better data sharing between government agencies or levels of government to better identify wealth and income, I think both within the informal and the formal sector. So I think that there are still some really practical questions about, kind of the nitty gritty of how we go about doing these things that we know should happen. But then I think that leads me to the second area that I want to highlight, which is around the politics of all of this, right? The politics of taxation and tax reform. Of course, that we've already started talking about that in detail, but I think it is incredibly important. We know, again, even if we know sort of what the technical design of something should look like, we know that that doesn't happen in many cases around the world. And this is not, of course, exclusive to lower income countries. Tax is political everywhere. And there is, resistance from economic and political elites, but there's often a lack of popular support for taxation in contexts where understandably citizens are not willing to pay tax when they're not seeing anything in return and don't have that confidence in the system. So thinking about some of the political questions of what is actually needed to overcome entrenched resistance, political settlements that are set up in a way that present obstacles to tax reform, thinking about questions around like the politics of collective action, of what actually gets taxpayers engaged and motivated. We talked a lot about some of the protests that we've seen in different countries, but what actually sparks that kind of motivation? And does that always lead to accountability, and what those sort of demands look like? I think related to this as well, I think builds directly on the conversation we were having this morning. Some of these are very political questions, but would benefit from some anthropological perspectives of a better understanding of how people experience taxation, how they think about it, what motivates them. So I think all of that ties together very nicely. Relatedly, I think it also makes clear to me at least that there should be a real priority of our prioritization of views from the research context where we're working, right, of the perspectives of supporting researchers in those contexts. Because I don't think that we're going to have a good understanding of how people actually experience and think about tax without a more inclusive and perhaps decolonized approach to research. The final area, I promise, sorry, I'm sure I'm rambling now, but the final area that I want to highlight, and I think that this will not be a surprise to anyone who knows me, but I think that there's a lot more work that's needed on informality and taxation. I think that, I'm very pleased to hear that, this has already come up a lot in the discussions yesterday and this morning. But I think, in a couple different aspects, first thinking about, the taxation of the informal economy, which is how it's most often, how we most often think about informality in lower income countries. I think this is, again, going to be increasingly important as governments are facing pressure. I think that there's a risk that, and we have seen this, we've already seen this happening, that the narratives emerge and sort of multiply with the idea that the informal sector is a gold mine waiting for governments to be tapped, and that formalization, quote unquote formalization or taxpayer registration will be, the panacea that will not only solve the revenue problems of government, but will also, bring these benefits to informal firms. And of course, we know that neither of those benefits are forthcoming in most instances. So I think that, but I think the kind of the increased risk that governments will fall on that with sort of short-term thinking about the need to fill revenue gaps without actually investing in the longer-term, probably harder, more politically challenging strategies to actually increase revenue in a fair and more efficient way is something to keep on the radar, I think, in the coming years. But the other component of informality is thinking about the informal tax institutions that, again, that we've begun to talk about in various ways. We know that citizens contribute to public goods and to systems of government parallel to the state. And I think that this is also something that's increasingly important in this context of revenue pressure, because we know that where governments face revenue gaps, it's often falls on citizens to fill those gaps. Implicitly, indirectly. But it's often then citizens themselves that have to mobilize in order to fund teachers or to fund water wells in communities. And importantly, those burdens are often not tracked, right? It's not something that we are keeping track of in general public finance analyses. So there's a risk that these invisible burdens are increasing in this new kind of global landscape. So I think the research is needed to really draw attention to the ways that citizens are contributing, the ways that regressivity and inequality may be increasing alongside that. I think it also relates nicely to the conversation we had yesterday about fragility as well. I think understanding the informal systems of revenue raising outside the state, especially among armed groups, are really essential to understand, the context of political stability and fragility. I think also maybe as there's a way also to link this back to kind of the more practical questions, and I think, Ingrid, it relates to some of the work that you've been doing, but about also thinking about the role of informal tax institutions and non-state actors in supporting tax revenue mobilization, whether at the local or national level, and thinking about intermediaries that can be involved. Of course, your work on religious leaders is so important, and other work on traditional authorities and thinking about some of the hybrid institutions again that we talked about. So yeah, sorry, I'm sure that's
no.
far too
Thanks
long.
a lot. So I think this clearly illustrates that there is still work to be done. Olav, from the development agency perspective, so I almost want to ask, like, is research useful to you? I know you're knowledge based. That's what NORAD does, but. Is research relevant to you? What kind of research is most relevant to you in guiding your work at NORAD? I know it's maybe a difficult question, but it would be really interesting to hear the NORAD perspective on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm really representative of everyone in NORAD or MFA, but I will, yes, I mean, definitely, I think it's useful, and I think at least officially, when we had the visit by our development minister on Monday, and he was talking about what is his vision. Some of you might have seen he had an article in Panorama where he kind of set out this, and yeah. So I think, there is a lot of push to focus more on evidence inside NORAD. I mean, some of you have seen also, fakta, hamakta, the facts should have the power or the knowledge. I would say rather than facts, maybe the knowledge should have more power. So I think it is there, and of course we like in Norway also to pride ourselves that things should be evidence-based. Although if we really assess critically across the public sector and otherwise, it's a bit debatable in some cases. But anyway, I think that is definitely, we are trying to push for more knowledge, and I think we have, especially within the section I am on governance and tax for development, we have been from the beginning of the program, I think, put a lot of emphasis on research and knowledge. But also, of course, because a bit like many said yesterday and today, that the knowledge base was quite limited. So I similarly, a bit, many of you have been in tax longer than me, but when I started working on this in Zambia 20 years ago, very much initially focusing on the mining sector, and that I also followed up, but also across. There was this feeling a little bit that, you know, the knowledge was not there. And also I think in NORAD, even when the tax for development and in other programs, it has been a tendency, I would say, to sort of, okay, we want to work on the important cases that are, you know, that are there. There is a lot of needs, there are a lot of challenges, and we try to be in many of these areas. But often the way we do it is not really knowledge-based, I would say, in reality. So I think we do search for more knowledge, at least some of us, and I think we do officially, and I think increasingly as an institution in NORAD also, try to sort of systematize that knowledge and try to access it. And we try also now within NORAD, and that was a bit when I was there in the beginning also, to think in terms of portfolios and across sectors. I would say that work is still kind of quite early days, but we are trying to sort of see things together to see what sort of impact it has. And obviously, like you discussed today, also tax needs is a part of public finance, and it's a part of an overall discussion about service delivery and about a balance, of course. If you're going to collect something, you need to deliver something on the other side. So, and so I think that interest and need is there, but the question I have a little bit is to what extent it really trickles down into making priorities. And I can mention also that in NORAD we have engaged now a lot of people that used to work for USAID are now available for work. So the former chief economist, Dean Carlin, and some other people linked to him have now been engaged by NORAD to work on cost efficiency across the whole of the portfolio and everything NORAD does, actually. So we are trying. This can also often become a bit simplistic, but I think there is an attempt to sort of look at, okay, what evidence is there? How are we currently working within the different portfolios? Where I am, it cuts across all sectors in a way. But we are trying to push in that direction, and this includes, of course, my good friend here also. Well, we will push the tax authority a little bit, but all our partners, to see if we are really doing the right thing and balancing within our portfolio, having the right partners, based on knowledge, also working in the right places in the right way. Are we there currently? I mean, I think we are on the way, but I think, you know, when I was in NORAD last time, I wrote a working paper that was published with ICTD, Tax in Development. And the idea then was, because then we were lifting up tax for development again, it had almost died, and then we took it up again. And basically the question was to try to assess, okay, if you're going to look across all countries, where is the need and in principle the potential? And then of course we end up with a list, the top 10, where no one is doing much really. And also for good reasons, because of politics and for many other things. So, but I think, you know, we are on the way, but we are still kind of also, there is path dependency. We are too much agglomerating in the same places, doing the same things. We need to go to some new places where we haven't worked that much, but then we need to do it in a smart way. And then, of course, we are critically, we have to rely on knowledge, and we have to rely on how to do this. So I think the challenge there, perhaps, that the literature has come some way in delivering, but we can maybe get back to this later in discussion, is that a lot of the literature, and I think Odd Helge mentioned it on tax, is still very theoretical. I mean, a lot of the literature, although there is a wealth of new literature the last few decades, but a lot of it that has, let's say, authority in terms of policy is still very much first best type of thinking. So there is some more second, third best, but also there is very little actual reflection of how have countries evolved. I mean, for example, what type of taxes was used at what point, in time historically, in our own parts of the world. Although we can say we refer to the fiscal state comes from Western Europe, of course the fiscal state took a long time to develop in Europe as well, and anywhere in the world. And you had a lot of what we discussed this morning with Mick and Maria and others also in Norway and in all over the place, actually, with informal operators, with tax collectors. So I mean, sometimes we don't take that knowledge with us, or that link between different parts of science is not utilized. So we kind of think that, okay, with discovering the development debate that you have in formal economies, and yes, we know too little about it, but we know, if we looked at our own history, we actually have a lot of knowledge in this area. It's not the same today, I'm not saying that, but I think we could use that and link it to the work that Vanessa has done and others, and then know better, actually, how realistically we should go in and work on tax, for example, in different type of developing countries. So I think that knowledge is somehow missing. And I think we will need that knowledge in NORAD and other places if we are going to go into the top 10 in my working paper. Because we are currently not doing much there. We are trying a little bit, but mainly through multilaterals and big funds that are, So this was a long around the answer, but I think we have put a lot of emphasis on research. We will continue to do it. Whether we have the right balance in terms of who we fund and who we support, and discuss with Helge quite a bit on this. I think, no, we are not exactly there, but I think a lot of things have happened. Hopefully we can do even more, and hopefully it can be even more connected between research and the practice. This is where I think we want to go there. We are not quite there, but I think we have the opportunity.
No, I think and I think hopefully that's what we will discuss in the next round of question is how can we maybe together contribute to generating this knowledge that is needed. But before that, Øyvind, so one of the ways Norwegian aid is supporting countries in increasing tax revenues is through this capacity building program that you're running from NTA in bilateral cooperations with tax authorities all over the world. But let's focus on Africa here. How does NTA use research in these cooperations? And if yes, what kind of research makes the difference? And if you don't use research currently, what knowledge do you think is needed to improve this kind of work that you're engaging with?
Yeah, thank you very much. I really want to underline what Ola also said about the research and what kind of research do we have, and that's the challenge. You know, the tax administrations have long history of measuring things. We have measuring everything. We measure the taxpayer, the different kinds of taxpayer. We have done that for many years. So and we measure the tax gap, the compliance gap. I mean, and so on. So but that's very task driven in a way. So I have to admit, when I'm first starting in this position for some years ago now, and we have our capacity building in we have 4 countries in Africa. We have Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Zanzibar. And when first we we started the cooperation, and I thought it's no need for for any research in a way, because that's the advantage when the tax administration helping another tax administration, that as we are of course very different, but we also we speak the same language, and we know the challenges in a way. It's not so big difference in fact when it comes to large companies, exchange of information, transfer pricing, and so on. But then I had to admit, and just to start, we of course use research in the beginning phase, at the start, at a cooperation with a tax authority, especially from IMF, for instance, World Bank, OECD. They have a lot of. You have probably heard of Tarat. I mean, it's a lot of on that high level way. It is a lot of measuring or researching in a way that we can use, and we use. It's very important for us, of course. But then again, we also have this cooperation with CMI, and I really had to underline. I will come back to that, to examples, because for me personally, it was open eye in a way that we do a lot, but we really struggle to measure what's the effect of what we are doing with the tax administrations. What's the impact? All the things we do. I mean, we use quite a lot of money and resources, and we think it's important, but it's not so easy to really come up after a few years what has been the effect of all we have done. So then the research is coming in. That's so important, and it had to be practical. It had to be operational, I mean, in a way that we really can try. It's not easy, I know, but try to have some links from what we have done to what we have achieved in effects for the tax authorities in the country we cooperate with. So I think that's really important, and we can come back to that, because we have now, and I'm glad to tell you that we have now several results that we can see, that we can connect from what we have done with the tax authority. We think so, though. We want and to the really effect on the collection, the tax collection in that country. And I think that's the most important. I mean, and that's maybe also the difference between, if I may say so, when IMF and World Bank, for instance, are in the countries, and they are in the most countries that we are talking about, but that's on a kind of high-level approach. But we are really working shoulder to shoulder in practice, and I think to come up with and research on that is really important, and that's not so many institutions who can do that kind of work. But CMI is one of them, and we have very good example of that. So, but I can come back to those examples.
Thank you, Kaja. How does civil society, like Tax Justice Network, draw on and/or contribute to tax knowledge? And what types of evidence is most effective for public engagement?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question, but I think first and foremost, I just want to also situate what is even the role of civil society in these conversations. And I think civil society is key. Obviously, I'm biased, but because civil society is kind of there to build bridges between the different types of tax knowledge and knowledge in general, between technical and political knowledge or politically actionable knowledge, and then also the population, you know, like to ensure that any knowledge that is created, especially in the tax sphere, that is so central to, you know, the state and people's lives, that it actually also is accessible for the wider population. So with that background in mind, then I would say the type of tax knowledge that is needed is kind of a flexible knowledge, you know, like a knowledge that can be suitable for different needs across different types of people with different jobs or positions. And I think the way that civil society works, and that at least the Tax Justice Norway works, but I know that most of our partners in other tax justice network type of organizations across the world have a similar approach, is that, you know, we are grounded in research, we're grounded in knowledge, because without this, you can't really be taken seriously in tax conversations. But this knowledge doesn't have to be exclusively from academia. You know, we can also use journalistic work or other civil society type of works. So we expand kind of on this knowledge base, but we're very grounded in the knowledge base. And then I think we also contribute or co-create knowledge to make sure that it is kind of functioning in this flexible way. And I think we do that in 3 ways on a wide scale. The first one is that we translate. So we help take maybe more technical knowledge and make it relevant to people. We can do things like synthesizing, you know, research papers, or translating it kind of to something that's more politically actionable, but even just, you know, making very complex tax terms, like the fiscal social contract has been said a lot today. A normal person on the street has no idea what this means, you know? Yeah. So just kind of translating these terms into things that are accessible and relevant. And I think we also, on a second note, is that we co-create knowledge by creating a demand for knowledge. Because we are in interaction with population, policymakers, and academia, we can see where there are gaps, and especially in like our advocacy work, we can really see where maybe policymakers need knowledge from academia, and we can kind of try to highlight that demand across those different groups. And then lastly, I also think that civil society produces their own knowledge. I mean, there's a lot of people who are in civil society in the wider networks that I'm in that are also professors of tax or have worked on this for a long time. And analysis that are produced by civil society will usually have a bit of a different purpose, you know. So I can use an example, for example, the Tax Justice Network, which is not us, but our sister organization. They produce the Financial Secrecy Index and the Corporate Tax Haven Index. And this is a very advocacy-oriented type of tool, but essentially it kind of analyzes elements of different countries that are perceived to be tax havens and identifies the things that make them tax havens, like allowing for underpayment of taxes or allowing for, you know, secrecy around ownership or similar things, and then kind of synthesizes it into an index, so you can really easily go in and see, okay, Switzerland, I've heard it's a tax haven, but why? And then you see, oh, okay, because they allow for banking secrecy or they allow for, you know, this and that. So we also produce the knowledge, but it's wider, it's more accessible. The intention of this type of knowledge is different than what technical knowledge from academia or from policymakers would necessarily be. So I think by doing all of these 3 things, it's also kind of implied that there's one type of knowledge or evidence that we think is most effective when working both with policymakers but also with the population. And it's one that kind of contextualizes political, technical, high-level issues into concrete, livable, and relatable situations for people or for politicians. So I can take an example from our work in Norway, for example, when we highlight issues of tax evasion or of tax avoidance. We like to just make a comparison of public service trade-off. You know, when one millionaire managed to abuse a loophole in tax regulations so he could move to Switzerland and not pay a tax bill that he was supposed to pay, we said, okay, this exact amount of money, I don't remember exactly how much it was, but this is equivalent to all households in Norway having free kindergarten for 2 years. So just making that knowledge, which seems so abstract, seems so complicated, into a very specific trade-off. And I think that evidence is the most effective. And I would urge all academicians here as well to kind of try to think in a bit of this way as well. What is relevant to people's lives?
And maybe not only citizens, but the development agency or
for sure.
I think we need help in translating some of the work that we're doing Please go ahead.
Just a comment, because that's interesting, because I think we talked about trust. We talked about, and I think especially in the developing countries, especially in Africa, is very complicated. because we often take our own value into that work, and that's realized as that's so wrong in many ways. But in Kenya, for instance, in KRA, the Kenyan Revenue Authority, they start, and we have done it in Norway too for many years. They start very early in school with that issue, and I think you have to, because it's about using almost generation to change the attitude in a way, and understanding, and this between the government and the people. And you have to really start early. So when you're talking about translating here in Norway, it's the same, of course, but in maybe another way. But I think that's so important to achieve higher compliance, and maybe especially they have to understand in a way.
Thank you. So now we talked a little bit, or quite a lot actually, about what kind of knowledge is needed. And then the question is how can we together, or can we together, generate this knowledge? So the topic of this second round of discussion will be how can dialogue and cooperation strengthen knowledge? And again, I would like to start with you, Lucas. So you have a long experience of bridging research and policy. What lessons have you learned about effective collaboration between civil society and government, including tax authorities and research?
Thank you very much. I think that's an area, a very important area, because always people are doing research, but then getting the research findings into policies has been challenged. Of course, the report has been in the front line, making sure that this happens. We have been using different mechanisms to ensure that we attain that level. One is engaging with the policymakers. I think always researchers tend to do research and they assume that the problem that the research questions that they are raising are the ones that the policymakers would like to get answers of. But that is not always the case. So engaging with the policymakers help you to identify right questions that will actually have an impact when it comes to policymaking decision process. And we have been doing that in different ways. One is like when we are identifying research priority areas, we can kind of call an inception meeting when we invite different stakeholders, including civil society and the policymakers, research and the academia in the areas that you are focusing. And of course, in that meeting, we present our research program and the kind of approach we are going to use to get in the result. Of course, at that point, you can get inputs from different arena of people, policymakers, civil society organization, research, and the academia who are working in that area. So they start shaping our research in line with what the policymakers would like to get answers. And then, of course, at that level, so we are able to identify different stakeholders that will be engaged with in the process of doing research. And of course, we are preparing the policymakers to wait for the results. And at sometimes they can even postpone their decisions waiting for the results because they were part of the engagement from the very beginning. So that's one way of doing it. But the second one is that when you have findings, making sure that you target different ways of sharing the findings. You can have roundtable policy discussions with key people. You sometimes have to make open seminar, inviting different people, including the civil society. And you know, when you do that, one is that policymakers will get the message, but civil society, who have different ways of pushing the government to implement policy, they can use the findings. And you do that in different, not only in taxation studies, but also we can do it we have done that in the findings that are targeting the education sector, inviting institutions like Hakilim, which are activists in the education sector. So once you invite them, they use your findings to push the government on their own way. So you definitely get the government, but also civil society can push the government using your results in their own way. So in that way, you have the pressure group helping you to push the findings, but I think that's the better way. But we also work with the civil society in producing simple versions, as she mentioned. You have the complicated report, which cannot be assimilated by policymakers, and then you want to do a cartoon version, for instance, that citizens can understand. Your pupils at the primary level can use the findings on their own use. You can use the civil societies, and they are very good in designing these simple documents, complicated documents, to be very simple, and it can be assimilated by the government. Yeah, that's another way you can do, just packaging the findings. So there are different ways that you need to do to engage with the government, ensuring that you are, but make sure that you have the relationship between the research and the policymakers is really engagement. And of course, that can help you even to make presentation, to share the findings, which are very sensitive. We have one experiences in the Afrobarometer. You know, if you don't engage with the government, and all of a sudden, in the morning, in the evening, the president sees in the television that 75% of the people are disqualifying your performance in delivering poverty. So I think that kind of relationship, immediately in the morning, everybody is knocking to your door, what happened? But then if you can engage with them, like having courtesy call before you make the findings public, go to the president and his cabinet, tell them that, okay, this is what the people are saying. We are going to release these findings within a week, so get prepared. So they can prepare on their own on how to receive. They can also do their own way, for instance, increasing campaigning about what the government has done. Of course, they will not say that they are responding to you, but then it's their own way of responding. But at least when the newspaper is writing, it's not surprising them. So informing them in advance that, okay, we have these findings, in a week time we're going to release the public, get prepared, and then that kind of engagement help you to get trusted, and then your findings get into policy process much easier than if you are now working with the government or policymakers in antagonistic way. So really it's about engaging, and then that makes life easier. Working with different groups of people like civil society, using your findings, they can push on their own angle. Simplifying the document in a way that it can be assimilated by policymakers, make it easier. So those are the measures that the report has been using to ensure that research findings are getting into policy processes.
Yeah, so involving policymakers
engaging
and different stakeholders throughout the process, basically. Yeah. So that sounds wonderful. But Vanessa, I wanted to kind of continue this thing that Lucas is now discussing and ask you about. So, of course, and Lucas also mentioned in the introduction here that we might not always have the same incentives as researchers and other stakeholders. So how, in your experience, like what are the advantages and disadvantages of kind of involving different types of stakeholders throughout this research projects, and how do you navigate this maybe lack of alignment of incentives between what we need to produce as researchers and what governments and civil society need?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a really important question, and I think, you've already raised some really complex points that I don't think we've yet resolved. But I mean, I find it interesting already just, how much overlap there is in kind of how we are thinking and addressing these issues within the ICTD as in REPO. And I don't think there's any surprise that we're all friends here, because I think that many of the values that the ICTD exposes and the strategies that we take to ensure that our work is more policy relevant or impactful are very similar to the ways that TaxCapDev and CMI and REPOA, for example, work. And I think that we really prioritize the like partnership-based approaches to research. For these reasons of trying to ensure that the research is impactful for the people for whom it matters, that it's actually addressing questions that are relevant, that might actually be able to be addressed. That means, as we've discussed, working with revenue authorities, but it also means working with civil society and working with researchers and academics in different contexts. All of that, I think, is really important. And maybe I can, rather than just repeat stuff that Lucas has said, maybe I can give some examples of how this has worked in a couple of the countries where I'm working now. and some of the challenges perhaps that we faced. The obvious advantages, or at least the advantages are obvious to me, but also comes with particular considerations to kind of work through. Maybe I can give the example. I mean of some ongoing work that I'm doing with colleagues in Ghana, focused on the informal sector, focused on informal sector taxation, and now specifically in the next phase of our work, focused specifically on market taxation, so looking at tax and services in markets. And that work is being done directly in partnership with WeGo, which is a global research and advocacy network that works with informal labor unions and associations around the world, and they have a strong presence in across. So we, through their network, we have also are working actually directly with market leaders and associations, as well as some other informal sector unions. It's also being done in partnership with the University of Ghana, which has a lot of benefits for the work, and I think that in this context, it has again, the advantages are kind of extremely obvious to me, that it really ensures that our research is speaking to issues that in this case market traders are actually worried about, that they care about, that our findings may actually be able to feed into their advocacy strategies. We're quite deliberate, imperfectly, I think, but try at least to translate the academic research into more accessible, digestible forms. But importantly, I think doing that it requires the co-production of messaging. It's we often don't know how to do it well. So actually, sitting down and with market leaders and traders and getting input in terms of what this is the data that we have. What part of that is interesting, and how is it most useful for us to present that through often through visualizations and whatnot. So I think all of that has helped us. I mean, it's only enriched our research by allowing us to capture a more nuanced and I think reflective perspectives from the sector. And this research as well, a component of it that we're moving forward with now is actually working both with these informal sector associations as well as with local governments to actually co-design the next phase of the research. So we've already done some baseline kind of descriptive data collection, and now in the next phase, actually, over the last year, it has taken a lot of iterative stakeholder meetings and workshops to then think about, okay, what can this research do within markets in this context? Are there certain interventions that we can take around service provision, transparency, accountability, that would be both meaningful to market traders and practical and possible from the perspective of local governments, to ensure that the research isn't just a methodologically interesting experiment, but something that might actually be able to be sustained by the local government. So I think that ensuring that it's tying directly into local policy making and the sustainability of processes, but then also ensuring that the traders and market leaders that we're working with have the tools and the data and knowledge available to them to sustain pressure to ensure that things happen when we leave. So I think that that's, again, kind of thinking through all of the benefits of this type of research is obvious to me. It comes with challenges. For one, in this type of work is just how long it takes to do this type of work. It requires building trust with stakeholders for obvious reasons. I think a lot of this happens at the national level as well. I think a lot of government officials are used to foreign researchers coming in and out, and a more extractive form of data collection or research. So building trust over time. With this particular project, we've been working with the stakeholders since 2020. And it's required a lot of engagement, iterative workshops, as I've said, and building that trust over time. I mean, obviously, depends on having the flexible funding to do that, right? And I think we've been lucky in this case that we have a 5-year grant, we have a longer time horizon. It allows us that flexibility, but I think in the current context that becomes harder to find. So thinking about, I think for me, the challenge in the future of, how do you ensure that the research you're doing is co-produced, is capturing these perspectives from civil society, from local governments, but we may be facing kind of increasing pressures or incentives to turn stuff around a lot more quickly, which can be hard, and again, I think highlights the risk that research can be perceived as more extractive. I mean, I think I also want to pick up Lucas's point about, you know, the challenge of translation of research to policy impact. You know, I think that's often a frustration that I can feel as a researcher, that you can only do so much, that you can make sure you can make your research as, accessible and tailored and relevant as possible, as digestible in briefs and whatnot. But a lot of that, what actually happens with it, is out of your control. Of course, it's wrapped up in national political dynamics that that I personally don't want to get involved in. So I think that recognizing what our limits are is important, recognizing that there are some things we can do to increase the likelihood that that our research gets taken up, and I think part of that as well is maybe being a bit strategic about timing and where there may be windows of opportunity for greater openness. Again, in the example of Ghana, we've been engaging there for a long time. There was a political change in the last year. There was a change of government that opened up some opportunities for more substantive engagement, but also it wasn't just kind of the national level politics, but also some changes within the revenue administration at kind of mid-level management, where there had been some previous blocks, and thinking about, okay, when we see, again, knowing the context well enough and having the trusted relationships to, know when there may be a window where, getting our brief on the right desk may actually have an impact. But, again, that sort of stuff just takes time and the contextual knowledge. The final point, I think that, again, I think Lucas has already picked up on to some degree, is, I've talked mostly now about working with directly with civil society and local governments, in this case, the city government in Accra. But I think there are also challenges that researchers, I'm sure you and me, and perhaps Ingrid as well, have faced in terms of working directly with revenue administrations and government partners. Again, there's the advantages are very obvious from a policy impact perspective, from an inclusivity perspective, access to data. There's all sorts of benefits. But I think I personally have been in situations where the work is challenged. If something is not flattering to the tax administration, it becomes much harder to ensure that research is protected, that you maintain, the academic and research freedom and the integrity of the work, while trying to also maintain a constructive partnership. I'm sure. I can probably say more about it, but maybe I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah. So actually, thanks a lot. I mean, time is running very fast, and I don't want to stand between you and lunch. But let's finish the round of questions regarding how dialogue and cooperation can strengthen and the knowledge that we need to improve taxation. So, Olav, Vanessa mentioned funding and the predictability. Do you think that there is a way that better funding instruments can contribute to help creating this knowledge that is needed? Do you think it plays a role?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
if I could decide. No, I think so. I mean, I think it's an imperfect world, and maybe getting more imperfect as we speak in some instances. But we are in a privileged situation in Norway relatively, so we seem to have good support also with the current government and the minister. There is, however, always this tension between, showing something concrete short term and then having some prospect of medium and longer. So I think, what would be good is, in general, of course, to have longer contracts. And in some areas, I think that has worked. I think when we talk about tax collaboration and institutional cooperation, I remember when we did the scoping before we signed the MOU back in the day, we went to Stockholm, so we talked to Skatteverket, and there they were saying, yes, yeah, okay, to make some change, you know, we normally have a 10 to 15 year perspective. So, you know, and also research, of course, I mean, you need to have a long-term perspective. Of course, then the challenge is that budgets also can vary from year to year. But I think, yeah, I mean, we could, and I think we have in the Tax for Development been very much focused on trying to have different type of collaboration over time since we started, at least last time when we had the proper strategy and the plan. We've had accompanying from CMI, from other partners following the program at the country levels, combined with also some funding initially going through the Norwegian Research Council. Admittedly, and Odd and me have been discussing this has disappeared a bit, but so there is a challenge there. But I think, you know, it's possible, and we have managed in some cases to have longer term contracts. So I think definitely we should try to get that. There is a dialogue internally in NORAD now where we will talk more with the section that deals with higher education and research to try to see how we can think more strategically about research across the different sectors. So let's see if something comes out there. The funding, yeah, so as I said, I think the funding within the area of tax for development is relatively good actually compared with many other sectors. So I can say as a comparison, I spent 2 years in Congo working on the NICFI, you know, the international program on tropical forest that Norway has. And we are doing billions, you know. And at some point I sort of asked the question, so, but what kind of collaboration and funding do we have with Norwegian academic institutions? And there's very little actually. There's almost nothing. There is money for evaluation and for some other, and then listen, I was kind of, isn't that maybe a problem? So, but there wasn't that recognition, wasn't really there, maybe for different reasons, you know. And of course, the culture also institutionally, let's say, of Ministry of Foreign Affairs on research has not been very strong. And here I can refer to my late father, who also was heading at some point Hovedkomiteen for Norsk Forskning, the research committee for a committee for Norwegian research. And he said the only ministry that normally, this is some decades back, didn't have any need for further funding for research was MFA. So no need for further research. Admittedly, that has changed now, so I shall not, and there's no one from MFA here, and I work for MFA, but it is a bit symptomatic, I think. I think it has changed. I think they are pushing more on research now in MFA as well, but there is a little bit of an issue there. I think NORAD is different, and hopefully that will become stronger. Can I just add also one thing? I know we are out of time, but I want a little bit how can dialogue and cooperation. I think that within our work, and many of you have also pitched into this approach to some extent, we need to think about approaches to institutionalization. Obviously, institutional cooperation is one, research in different ways. But I think also, for example, in Tanzania, Lucas, I mean, there is an ongoing work of a tax commission, for example. So someone said also here that you have to use the opportunity, and when that comes through different sorts of pressures for change. But I think the problem there a little bit is that it's not that that's the panacea or silver bullet to everything, but I think, for example, it would be good if the practice of having tax commissions would be institutionalized. So I try to have some dialogue with different people in government on this, and seem to be some interest, but the uptake is a little bit limited so far. But now the president felt the urgency. How it will be utilized, I don't know. It was supposed to be presented before the election. The election is happening next week. And let's see. But I think, and South Africa has had tax commissions. I'm not sure if that solved all the problems, but it would be good, I think, to have that sort of practice. We've had many tax commissions also in Norway, and there's a discussion of one now also, and sometimes it's in the drawer somewhere, or doesn't really. But I do believe in the longer term that this is part of this building the agenda for change, building the information, especially if you draw in different participants, you know. And then one final point is that I think in our work on tax for development, I think there's one box that has remained a bit empty, to be honest. We have tried to fill many boxes. We had good analytical basis for a lot of what we did, I think, but and that is private sector. So, okay, how do we work with private sector? And I think that's, I saw it now coming from Tanzania this time for a 3-year assignment, that more and more we were then trying to engage with private sector. Of course, the embassy has the mandate also to promote Norwegian investment and partnership. More and more aid is going down as well. So we were trying to do more dialogue. So you were asking about cooperation and dialogue. We were trying to kind of get closer to some of the big companies. The companies are very different. So you have Equinor, Yara, and then you have tiny tech companies or finance, mobile finance. And I do believe that kind of was good. And I think, you know, we can pull in Odd Helge, CMI, many colleagues. We can have people from NTA, people from the embassy, and then also people from government trying. So I think trying to start to do that dialogue a bit differently can also help, because then you can sort of regularly get those opinions and get a more open exchange. So I think we should try to push that more, and we are starting to do that a bit more. But how to engage with private sector in general on illicit financial flows, capital flight, tax issues, sometimes has tended to be a bit of an empty box, I would say, in the strategy of the tax for development work. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Øyvind, is there anything you would like to add about the benefits or limitations to the kind of collaborations that we've been discussing? And
I think a lot of have been mentioned already, but from me, from our perspective, it's very practical. It's had to be the research, the very close cooperation between research, the practical in the tax authorities, but also the stakeholders, the government, and so on. It really helps us. It's really important that they are that the tax authority understand what the resource can do, in fact. And we can see that very practical with our cooperation with CMI in Zanzibar. I need to mention that because we really see a change and improvement in their relation to taxpayer, the way they do control, way they do audit, and they even have the trust in their new corporate plan. I mean, and that's because of that research and that cooperation that we had between us, ZRA, CMI, and so on. And I think that's really important. And also another example is, I remember when CMI come up with the Commissioner General in ZRI and said a 30% compliance gap in Zanzibar, which is he got at first furious because that was really low, you know. 30% was, and then 70% was the gap. But then again, we start the explanation and the good connection between us, and then he understood better, and then they changed the mindset to think, okay, what should we do to the taxpayers to rise to compliance? So, and that's when we see that, then I'm really getting happy, because then we really see that this is really going to go somewhere.
Yeah, and that maybe I can also add that I think that's a nice example where actually the collaboration between the different institutions have improved the bilateral cooperation also, because we're building trust and we're like drawing on each other's relationships with the partner, with each other. I think it has been a very conducive type of collaboration.
Very good example.
Yeah. Kaja, from the civil society perspective, what do you think are the challenges or benefits to collaboration, and what is needed from your perspective? I'm going to give you the final word, and then I think maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions afterwards, but then we just go to lunch and we can continue the discussion over lunch. So, okay.
Yeah, I will try to be brief if I'm the only thing between us and lunch.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was a big burden to put on you.
No, I think in terms of the opportunities, challenges of cooperation, I think first of all, and it's very evident from what all of you guys are saying, both practitioners and researchers, you know, it can't be a box-ticking exercise to be cooperating. You know, you can't just be saying, oh, we need like a research base, but then we don't actually use it in policy, or we want to collaborate with civil society, we want to know perspectives from the ground, but then you don't actually incorporate that in how you do your policy work. So I think that's I guess the biggest challenge is like learning how to use each other's perspectives in a productive way, and not just do it because it's something that a donor is requiring or something that like is trendy. And I think from the civil society perspective, the challenge is also to kind of not get too attached to like policy or authority, kind of, because you need to have legitimacy as civil society. You need to be grounded in, you know, people and the perspectives from the ground. So if you engage too deeply in these processes, I think there's a risk of you know, coming off. And I got this kind of from Vanessa's point as well, risk of coming off as like too attached to the government position or to the policy position. So being able to remain both a constructive partner, but also being able to lift critical issues. I think that's a difficult balancing act. But I really do believe that, like, you know, as long as you kind of stay grounded and use the position, which I also think to some extent researchers have the benefit of actually speaking to people, at least if research is done, you know, with field work and not just theoretical, speaking to people, knowing their challenges, knowing why this policy doesn't work, because this is how it looks on the ground, not just on paper. I think if you stay grounded in that, then there's a lot of opportunities in this type of collaboration. And again, the topic here is to create kind of a mutual understanding. And if you don't have that bottom-up kind of flow of knowledge, but also top-down, which civil society, in my opinion, is an important part of kind of bridging that gap, I don't think there will be a mutual understanding. And then I doubt that things will be effective. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful way to close the panel. Are there any questions? Morten?
It's more of a comment, and I don't necessarily expect or want replies to it now, but I want, we're going to have organized some breakout groups, and I would like it to, at least people to reflect upon it over lunch, because Vanessa pointed a little bit to some of the challenges with this, but I would also encourage a greater, more critical reflection on the pitfalls of this. Because, I mean, the way you talk about it, it's all harmony, right? It's all harmony. Everybody agrees on a long-term goal of a better state that serves its citizens, and it's just a way of finding sort of the nuts and bolts to screw this together. And I mean, sort of strengthening a state by making it, making the tax collection more efficient, improving compliance, and so on. That's all very good if the state is moving in a positive direction. That is not necessarily the case, even in states that we have collaborated with for a long time. There are some, what should I say, some ugly signs. So, you know, this is a little bit, there is a lot of risks here as well in this regard, and so certain ethical issues that think we need to take with us in a conversation also about the future of this research. And as much as I am in favor of, and I also do sort of smaller projects that are sort of comes about with through close and intimate interaction with policymakers in the MFA or elsewhere. There is, I would also say that the best research over time is usually not the one that has been picked by the public sector is not necessarily, and we see that time after time again. We see it in economics. We see it in the attempts at Soviet-style economics. That the state is not necessarily the best suited to pick the winners. So there is something. Yes, there is a need for more engagement and this sort of more hands-on policy research. I'm not saying that is not needed, but there is also a need to have more sort of research, curiosity-driven research here. Because if you go back and look at sort of what are the main reference points in this debate around state building, taxation, blah, 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 sort of, it's that type of work that we then end up referring to, not a policy paper that was written because a researcher and a policymaker talked together and the policymaker had certain ideas of what she wanted. So I just wanted to... Let's take this with us into the breakup groups that we will have after lunch.
Okay. So then I think we give the panel a warm round of applause and then enjoy your lunch.
Yes, then we have come to the end of the line. We could have done this downstairs also, but for the sake of this, we are also filming this so that to make certain that we get sort of to the final testament also on tape. We thought it was best to take it up here again. So. This is going to be very short. I mean, I don't see any need to start sort of repeating things that have been said during the seminar and so on, but there's a couple of things I think it's necessary to do. I mean, Odd Helge had to leave. It was an old friend that he only could see just now, so I think he can be the excuse for that. He has done so much for this network anyway, so we'll decided that we could give him some free time at the end of the day. I would like to put on record that we are grateful for the financial support that we have gotten from the Norwegian Research Council over 10 years. I think I said in the beginning that it wasn't that much, but I mean it was important because it allowed us to have the network, establishing it and continuing it. And I do think that this network, I mean, for all its faults and flaws and so on, and probably some bad things and strange things that me and Odd Helge has done during the years, I mean, it has fulfilled its function, I think. It has fulfilled its mandate. It has brought together in different ways different groups of researchers with different groups of policymakers, both here in Norway, but also internationally, particularly, but not exclusively in Africa. And we have also tried to work hard to try to broaden the network by bringing in both new generations of researchers, new generations of policymakers, and new generations of civil society activists. So it's been, I think we have done more than we were supposed to do. We have more than fulfilled our mandate, I think. It's been a pleasure also for me to work with Tax Justice Network Norway, first in the first installation with Sigrid and Peter, and now with Andreas and Kaja. It's been great to have you on board. We will continue to work together and talk together. Even if this is sort of the final words that will be said from this network. Then we'll have to see. I mean, there may be new opportunities in the future. Then we will, of course, look at those and see if we think it's worthwhile trying to re-establishing something. So we are not saying that this is the end of things. It's just the end of this particular network ends now. I would also like to thank our African partners. The great partnership with our colleagues in South Africa, with our friends in West Africa, here represented with my good friend and colleague Abdul Wahab Sissé. We have Lucas is there, right? I mean, we have had much fun and much interesting work during the seminars at Zanzibar. We did this very recently, part of another project, but also related to this network. I mean, the survey, the Vignet survey that we did in Zanzibar on small, medium-size operators within the tourist industry. That was a great undertaking. Andreas was part of that, Christian as well. So there's a lot of things that has happened around this network. So with that said, I don't think I've forgotten anybody now. I would also like to thank, of course, Norad and the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we have been, that are partners with us in many arrangements. We have had fruitful dialogue with you guys. Sometimes we have disagreed, other times we have agreed, but there has, and I think that it's a role model for how this should be, because I mean we should continue to work together. We should talk together, like the conversation that we also have that we initiated some years back, Julia, with the World Bank and your team in Dakar, which we are also very grateful for. I hope we can redo some of the things that we did together in Dakar next year or the year thereafter. I think that would have been worthwhile. And I do get emails from many of those that were present in Dakar and asking me, aren't you going to do this again? It was so great that you were able to bring together these very sort of dispersed environments in these West African Sahel countries. It was really some of an achievement that we managed to get all of these people into one room, and also across language barrier and political barriers and so on, and had very interesting, meaningful, critical conversations with them. So, but it also is an example of how I think it should be. We should trust each other across sort of these lines of research and policy. We should work together when that is when that makes sense. But we should also sort of have that respectful, critical dialogue between us, that we understand the different positions that we come from. And research should always be sort of free from political interference. And I have never seen that. I have done quite a lot of work with the World Bank, and there has been some critical dialogue at times, but I have never seen any attempt by bank staff to intervene and interfere with my research. Neither have I seen that from NORAD or the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, this is absolutely how it should be, but it's not a privilege that unfortunately can be taken for granted these days. So those of us who stand by these principles needs to continue to stand by them and never take them for granted, because they cannot be. So with that said, I thank you for coming here, taking part in this, I wouldn't call it a funeral, but the last installation of, and the last event of this, this particular part of our collaboration. It's been great to have you here, and I mean, we are also great to see that most of those that we really wanted to have here, because they have played important role in various times during this, the life of this network, were able to come. So thank you for that. I wish you a safe journey home. And if anybody is hungry or want to open a small bakery on the streets outside, we have way too many buns and croissants left. So if you have some innovative ways of helping us getting rid of them without actually having to throw them away, we don't throw them away. I think that the House of Literature has meaningful ways of dispersing with them without actually having to throw them in the dustbin. But if any of you want some or have some ideas about doing something with them, apart from throwing them at people out of the window, I wouldn't recommend that. So please take them, and thank you all. That was all for me and from Network, and Odd Helge and Andreas and everybody who's been involved. So thank you so much.